Hello, hello. Ah, hello, Eamon. Okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back. And we're gonna start soon. I'm back. Ta-da! They're now putting propaganda in the Twitch ads. Well, I mean, that's what ads are. Like propaganda, kind of literally means ad. Um, there used to be ads from the American. I don't know who was Marines or the Army, but they were trying to get kids to join the fucking army. a while ago. You know how it works. As long as they pay for their ad. Oh yeah, that's the one. There we go. Yeah. I know they've been running it for a while. It seems. Well, like there's all the people watching Counter Strike. I don't know. There's a D thread on Hacker News, and a lot of people are discussing Zig in it. Uh-oh. Lessons from Zig. Mm? Hey, quit the code. Zig Day was good? It was. It was. I know more about Zig than C++ at this point, but it's hard to read the article seriously if it starts with such mistakes. Zig does in fact have an HTTP client in the standard library. There is a tar reader, and real path hasn't been removed. It still exists even in the std.io space. Regarding HTTP in Zig, it may be removed in 1.0 if I'm reading this correctly. No, it's needed for the package manager. Come on, man. Let's see. What are those lessons from Zig? A smaller standard library. Hmm? Hello. The Zig programming language maintains an intentionally small standard library. Wrong. What? Why? Like, how do you come to this conclusion? Like, why is that your opening statement? Where this person learned this factoid, because it's not a fact. I mean, not a good start. Not a great start. Components that do not meet strict inclusion criteria are removed. Wrong. And relocated to community maintained packages. Wrong. The philosophy is enabled by a first-class package manager that makes third-party code trivially accessible. I would not call the Zig package manager as something that um, makes third-party code trivially accessible. I mean, you still have to wire the dependency. You have to do. I mean, it's not hard, but it's more complicated than npm install crap. Crap JS. Uh, C++ has no such escape valve. Which, oh man, please don't make me defend C++. Please, please don't write shit that has me defending C++. Every component added to the standard library creates a perpetual obligation maintained by compiler vendors forever, analyzed for interactions by every future proposal thought or thought to avoid by every educator. The cost to add is finite, the cost to keep is unbounded. If you just want to complain about C++, please do complain about C++. Why are you pulling Zig into the middle of this? of this. So just for clarity for the people watching, the Zig standard library grows organically. Link the Orange website. What do you mean? You don't know the Orange website? Well, I mean, to be fair, it's not on the front page. Okay, I will link the Orange website. What do you want to download this time? Oh, the thing is a whole. um so the Zig standard library grows organically based on what the compiler needs. For example, people were discussing here in comments the HTTP client. The Z compiler needs an HTTP client because it needs to make HTTP requests, because that's how it fetches tarballs from HTTP servers. It's not just strictly what is needed by the compiler, but that tends to be the main motivator. Then, sometimes people get fancy, add data structures that might not be critical to the compiler, but they kind of tend to fit, and that's kind of it. And then occasionally some stuff gets occasionally stuff got removed, I think there were some data structures that were removed because they were slowing down compile times of the compiler and nobody really needed them, so they were moved away. I think because they had a bunch of comp time tests that were just like slow. At some point we had like a bajillion different ring buffer implementations, and they all got removed and only one survived. So that one was part of curating the standard library, but right now the standard library is not really being curated. This is going to be something that will happen at a later stage. So right now this is complete bullshit. The Zig standard library that you see today is not representative of what 1.0 will look like. In any case, I think that this guy wants to talk about C++, and he's only bringing Zig in. Never fucking mind. You know what? I guess it's time for me to learn how Zig works. You know what? Turns out we have no fucking clue how Zig works. Let's have this guy tell us. This paper. Wait, what paper? This is a paper? Oh my god, there's an abstract. So this is a paper. The point is that the C++ std is a write-only lib. Once added, nothing can be removed. But yeah, but this is not really true, right? Like, none of this is necessarily true. Like, Zig could decide to stop breaking the standard library, and the C++ people could decide to start breaking the C++ standard library. They could make a new version of C++ that breaks backwards compatibility. They're just pussies. But that they could if they wanted. They just don't want. They just don't want because, there's, I guess, I don't know. That's because that's what they want. They want to suffer. I mean, they do C++, so that's what they're into. I don't know, man. But it could, right? It's like they could totally do it. They like, nothing prevents them from doing it. Well, nothing except their own interests. So, but let's learn about Zig's philosophy. Yeah. By the way, good point about AI. Holy shit! Holy bullet points. What is? Okay, wait a second. Why is this thing so long? Oh my god, what is this garbage? Okay. Sorry, I shouldn't say garbage. I should read it first, see if I like it or not, then reserve the garbage comment in case that it is actually slop. My very best AI slop. The Zig language created by Andrew Kelly, so far so good, takes a deliberate position on standard library scope. It does not. False. The standard... Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god, it's not the bit. I didn't... My non-profit, my what? Slopocalypse, MC Prompter, Slopulence. And it's like albums. No. I thought you were probably right, but that you base that on your evaluation of the contents. I did not expect the blog to be titled "My Very Best AI Slop." No. Oh fuck! I'm logged out. Log in. Log in. Jesus Christ! Flag. Fuck off. To be fair, I've seen this position and the Southern Library argued on Zigit. But listen, it's not. You go look at the issues. The standard library right now is not the focus of development. The standard library right now is a mess. Sometimes the mess gets worse. Sometimes the mess is made better. But well, I guess especially now with IO being something that is predominantly in the standard library, it's not a language thing almost at all. Then yes, there's a lot of stuff going. There's a lot of work being done in the standard library, which changes stuff, which is work that is designed to make the standard library better than it was before. But the standard library as a whole is not right now, does not have a thought out philosophy, not at all. I'll tell you another one. I'll tell you one critical aspect why I am extremely confident in this take. First of all, because we do talk about this stuff occasionally, but also I can tell you another reason. No matter what ends up happening with the standard library, planning for the standard library will have, and I repeat, will have. I promise you, it will start from doing a evaluation of ZSF finances once we reach that stage. Because whatever we decide to include in the standard library or not, no matter what, we need to be able to pay for the maintenance of. You could argue you can bring as many technical arguments as you want about a thin, small standard library versus a big, thick standard library. They are meaningless. It doesn't matter. You could be, you could have the ultimate argument that one of the two is that is the way TM, but it doesn't matter because no matter what, you need to be able to pay for that stuff. So for example, Python has a big standard library, but the Python standard library is where some things go to die, right? There's plenty of packages in the Python standard library that have basically bit rotted essentially. That everybody knows that you should not be using them. We don't want that. We want probably something smaller than that. But no matter what it is, it will require maintenance work. And you can only be confident that maintenance work will continue uninterrupted if you can pay for it. So planning for what the philosophy behind the standard library should be will start from assessing what we can pay for. Period. Until we do that, there is no philosophy for the standard library. There cannot be, because a philosophy for the standard library starts with a financial plan necessarily. Because if you don't do that, like if you just go off of wishful thinking, you're guaranteed to fuck it up. Either you will overshoot it And then you will try to keep in the standard library something that you're not going to be able to maintain, which will be rot, or you undershoot it, which I guess could be worse. But undershooting it means that you could have done better, and you kind of failed. I guess we could say no standard library. You give up the standard library completely. That's guaranteed to not cause failure, but so maybe this is not gonna be some big show where it's gonna be the discussion will always start with that, and there's gonna be spreadsheets, but at least some reasoning about that kind of stuff will have to take place, and it has not taken place yet. Also because, among other things, we're not at that stage. Like the financial situation of the ZSF will change over time, so it's just too early. So yes, there is maybe some reasoning for what gets in the standard library or not today, but in any case, be aware, because on Zigit, so Calder, this is like my heartfelt recommendation. On Zigit, there's a lot of discussion about, let's say, bike shedding, like people that want to talk about like language features, imagine them. They don't really want to propose them, because to propose, actually maybe they do, but they're doing it in a silly way, because you don't propose language features on Zigit. Proposals for language features go on the issue tracker as proposals, and then also there's a limit to how many proposals. Like there's a proposal embargo as of late. So my point is, people go to Zigit sometimes just to, I don't know, do fantasy language design, and but you cannot take that seriously. You have to be careful, because a lot of those ideas, especially language design ones, not the lib ones, but the language design ones, oftentimes are like unsound ideas. Like people would like to be able to do something at a high level, but then what they're proposing is like pretty much impossible to make in a way that to create in a way that makes sense. But the discussion is not being done with the level of detail that it would have to be done, that it would be had if the discussion were on the issue tracker, and you had, for example, MLog, actually dissect whether the thing that you're proposing can even be implemented in the front end or not. And so it's all of the things just, I don't know. I sometimes when I see threads of that kind, they're fine. I get that people want to do it, but I tend to not pay too much attention to them. So yeah, be careful. Doesn't Zig have the same mechanism as Rust editions? No, it does not. We don't have it. It's infrastructure that we don't have. Oh, navel gazing. Yeah, thank you. Maybe that's an expression that I should have used. I knew it, but I forgot about it. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Okay, let's read. Let's see. I'm gonna read. I'm not gonna read all of these. I'm gonna read just a little bit more, just because it's fun. Let's see. Community discussions have crystallized this position. Wait, what the fuck? How did we get here? The Standard Library focuses on low-level fundamental utilities, memory allocators, data structures, string operations, and cross-platform OS abstractions. Domain-specific functionality is explicitly excluded. Sure. Community discussions have crystallized this position. In-memory operations belong. In-memory operations as supposed to what? Like, I would be curious, what is it that your program is doing that does not pertain manipulating memory? Color me curious now. What? Allocators, queues, strings, and fundamental data structures serve virtually every program. Sure. File format handling does not belong. Bro. First of all, we have a bunch of Zig file format handling. First of all, we have a JSON parser. We have tools for, well, you know what? Maybe you consider this stuff in memory operation. Okay. tar, we have zip. I'm not sure, but tar we 1 bajillion% have, because you need tar support if you want to extract archives. So at the very, very least, we have a tar decompressor. We have zstd in the standard library. We have, I think we have alz4, maybe. So no, we do have a few of these things. I guess tar is not exactly compression, but we have tar for sure. Zip, JPEG, and similar formats are considered too specialized. No. Each is its own huge project, better served by dedicated libraries. High-level frameworks do not belong. HTTP clients. We do have an HTTP client. Also, why is an HTTP client a high-level framework? What is this pile of trash, man? Zig does not merely avoid adding components, it actively removes them. The std orphanage repository, archived November 2025. Contains code relocated out of the standard library under MIT. Examples include real path was removed because it's not portable. No, it's still there. Red Black 3 implementation. Sure. File system APIs have been reorganized from std.fs to std.io to better reflect their proper scope. What does that even mean? This means nothing. Man, this is pure fucking slop. Why are all these doofuses commenting on this blog post on Hacker News? This is like insane. This is garbage. Like this is okay. So I was taking the garbage comment back earlier, but now I'm returning it back 10 times stronger. This is complete and absolute garbage. I mean, you know what? I'm actually disappointed that this is your very best AI slop. I was hoping that this would, like, this to me is run of the mill AI slop. This is mid AI slop. The very best AI slop, I don't know. I think it should be a little bit better than this. This is nonsense. Like this stuff, at least this stuff this is actually wrong, but at least it's logically coherent. This just makes no sense. Pure ass slop. Package manager enables the philosophy. The economic case for a smaller C++ standard library. Man, they should share these blog posts on C++. Actually, I don't know. They should share this stuff with I don't know. They should just burn this blog. God damn it. Okay. Yeah, the article is 100% LLM. It's a complete ass. No, the blog post wasn't complaining. The blog post was actually bringing up Zig as a virtuous example, but it's AI slop. It's completely meaningless. The whole thing is garbage. Okay, so yesterday we did a review to the PR from Tristan, and I think he changed everything. So there's a new commit. I'm actually surprised that here we see that he did a force push, and he added a commit, but we don't see the line that says that a commit was added, because we see these two commits here. We see a force push, and here we see another force push, but we don't see the new commit, which I learned does actually exist, because if you look at the list of commits, there's one that says address review feedback, and this commit is the new stuff. So we're gonna take a look briefly. So he adds a data structure per channel, a per channel data structure, then removes user state. So this is all gone. Cleans up all the stuff that I asked him to clean up. This is perfect. Great job. I wanted actually to ask him to do this, but he did it himself. That is amazing. Chart typing notify, timestamp, blah blah blah. So this is all well and good. Yeah, this is all well and good. So let's see. This is right. So on if we do rate limit, we used to send a complaint. Now we don't complain anymore. This is something that interesting that we should we should decide what to do about, but for now it's fine. Looks at the message, moves origin. So why are we grabbing the channel? Just to see that it exists. Okay, this is not perfect, but it's perfectly fine for the scope of this PR. So this is all well and good. Awesome. This PR is mergeable. Let's merge it. Okay. So we merged the main stuff. What do we want to do next? I guess we can ask people. So the setting stuff is very would be very good to have. Oh, we have rate limiting to do, right? And then the WPM stuff. Hey Scott, good morning. Good morning, sir. Just wanted to say, woke up and turn on the stream just as you were starting to read the article. Waking up to Spicy Loris is a treat. Okay. Good morning, Scott. I'm happy that I made your like that I'm that you were able to have a good time while you were sitting on the toilet. I'm happy to to be with you every morning as you do this stuff. So so we have, okay, of these things we have this one for sure, this one for sure, these ones late, this one maybe just not yet, not yet. Okay, so um so Tristan PR'd the initial work, which unlocks the ability to work on, which unlocks our ability work on some of the follow ups. So I would say first follow up, rate limiting. One detail about Tristan's implementation is that there's one global counter of events being sent at the client level. Let's not say global, otherwise Andrew's going to get mad. Andrew hates globals almost as much as Google hates unions. So you know how the story goes, right? Go wanted to have unions. One big problem in Go is that they have no unions. If you think about it, it's kind of cringe. Why don't they have unions? They're good. Like not even Rob Pike with all his bitchiness can complain about unions. They're just good. But then why does Go not have unions? And the answer is simple. It's because, you know, some VPs or of these and that were walking in the corridors next to the offices where Go was being developed. They heard somebody talk about unions and they said, no. You guys stop that now. We don't care about anything else. We don't want to hear about anything else. You stop it now. No unions at this company. And thus Go ended up with IOTA. Well, that's more of a enum stuff, but you know, you get the idea with when it comes to target unions. Okay, what I need about Tristan's implementation is that there is one singular time stamp variable stored in core.state that keeps track of when the last typing message was sent. On one end, this specifies slightly the case where a user types a bit into one channel and then quickly switches to type into another channel. In this case, the second typing will not be notified to the server right away. But one big advantage of this approach is that we can guarantee that the client won't that a well-behaved client won't send more than one notification every 2 seconds. Okay, this is a big story, but hopefully it's worth it. Currently, great. Currently we use the generic user action rate limiter, but we should instead start using a dedicated rate limiter that can track this kind of notification more precisely. So now the question is it worth having a dedicated rate limiter for this? I think it is a good idea. I think we should expect the user to have a bunch of these things going on at the same time. Wait. Server run. Rate limiter map. These are for accepting connections and then user limits. Yeah. So we basically want to turn this into, instead of being user limits, just one rate limiter, it needs to be user limits containing multiple rate limiters, not just one. To implement this feature, you must first do perform, well, you must, one, change in source slash server slash CLI slash server slash run.zig, you must change state dot user limits from user limits to hold as value not just one rate limiter, but a struct of multiple rate limiters, of which we have two for now. Well, multiple rate limiters. Two, add a typing notification rate limiter to the new struct, parameterize, and a relative configuration in rate limiter. Parameterize it correctly. One notification every 3 seconds. Give a bit of slack. Three, change the code that handles typing notifications to well, make the code that handles typing. Any code that handles typing notifications, use the new limiter for on if the user, if the client hits rate limit, kill the connection. We currently do nothing. Okay. So we can implement this one. Words per minute. Well, this feature should become opt-in in the future. It's fine for now to have it on by default, mainly because we don't have a user settings system in place yet. To implement this feature, add a WPM field, add a WPM field to the typing notification. U8 should be fine. 256 words per minute are a lot. Are a lot. It really should be between 80 and 150. I mean, 150 is already a lot. Okay, chat. How fast are you at typing? Let's hear some words per minute. So what's your monkey type scores? Now watch everybody say that they do at least 180, which I'm not going to believe. 130, that is pretty good. 120, respectable. That's where I hover. Yeah. 110 is good. 181, there we go. Fast enough. Fair. Good. So you add a WPM field. 0 should mean that well, 0 should be used as meaning that there is no WPM estimate. As meaning to mean. 97, but on a framework laptop keyboard. That's fair. If you had a MacBook, it would be so much better. You can calculate hours per minute for Showmanity very accurately. Yeah, that's fair. In fact, this is a feature that makes sense if somebody is typing something longer. So it's fine. Also, it's fine if the value is not, super perfect. I'm gonna mention it here though that there needs to be some some sophistication where we approximate we try to approximate it. Let's say that the 0 should be used to mean that the WPM estimate is not ready. So nothing should be shown. So no numeric value should be shown. So estimating words per minute is not stopping War and Peace. So estimating that words per minute is not immediately trivial. As you will want to average readings across more than 2 keystrokes in order to get a value that has meaning. Word count so far. That is so funny. Word count. I mean, but what do you do with that information? Because I mean, on one end, words per minute is, kind of funny, but number of words is not as funny. And then what do you do with that information? Like, yeah, I guess you can brace for impact, but okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It would be a row WPM. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's an Easter egg kind of thing. It's like it's just for fun. Okay. Do, 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 do. So now we can pool. Wait, why do I have changes to everything? Wait a second. Wait a second. Why do I have changes to fucking everything? All right, because I was modifying a bunch of stuff which I did not end up committing. I introduced message kinds and touch a bunch of things. So this is actually what I want to work on today. I want to do a Awebo channel refactoring for the client today. So basically, I want to clean up the stuff that I was doing in a crappy way this last couple of days, because I think that now I understand well enough the problem that I can do that kind of stuff. So that is fine. I guess we can make a commit temporarily, or we can stash and then reply the stash. Git stash. Also, why is admin present? What's in admin? Oh, there's copy. Uh, copy can go. Okay, git stash, git pool, git stash pop. Blah. We did not conflict. Success. So can we actually zig build? We do zig build. So we can restart the server. Everything should be fine. We can kill this client. We can run it. Okay. Now we can, I think this guy needs to have a reset of the cache, but we can run also this client as well. So now we have 2 clients running. Now, will we be able to see that admin is typing? It is. Pretty good. I mean, UI wise, it's not the greatest. Also, it makes the view scroll up a little bit. But yeah. But yeah, we have the notification. Needs animated ellipses. Agreed. You know what? It could even be it could even be a Awebo opening and closing its beak. Oh, backspace doesn't send notifications. Control Shift, no. Okay, this is a good implementation. Tristan did a pretty good job. So happy with what Tristan contributed. Good job. So I think this is it for the notification stuff. I mean, we tried it. It works. We wrote down follow-ups. So either him or somebody else can pick them up. And yeah. Okay. Happy with this. Let's do our work. By the way, I was writing down some notes on chat history. I'm going all in with this idea of having special messages that indicate that there's a chunk of history that is missing. I'm going all in. And I think the approach works. There might be some, minor things that could be done, that I don't know yet what is the best approach when it comes to smaller things. For example, yesterday I was tinkering with creating an artificial message that is of type missing history versus taking an existing message and turning it into missing history. There's like implications behind each choice. And for example, I like the idea of turning a real message into a missing history message a lot. But we couldn't make it work because there were a bunch of these things that were like in our way. Like the way that we treat channel messages in the Awebo client is kinda a mess. Or rather, it was a good model when we had super simple needs, but as our needs became more sophisticated, the more and more the current representation starts falling short, and it's doing unnecessary things, preventing me from doing useful things, just complicating stuff. So I feel like I reached the critical level of understanding to be able to commit to completely destroying the way that the client deals with channel messages and replacing it with a new system. The most important changes I will make is the following. Currently, the client will keep in memory 64 messages per channel. Every channel is kept in memory, and every And the first, well, last 64 messages are kept in memory for every channel. So that means that if you have 10 servers and every server has 10 channels, then you will be holding, 10 times 10, 100 channels, 64 messages each. That means 6,400 messages in memory. I want to change this. The first change that I will make, which might not be where we land in the end, but the first change that I will make is that every host, every server, for every server that we're connected to, we only hold in memory messages of the channel that we are looking at. And if the user is not looking, like on application startup, we'll default to, for example, the topmost channel. We'll assume that you will open the topmost channel. Maybe in the future we'll remember what channel you opened last, so we'll default to that one instead. But the point is, we only keep in memory messages for the channel that you're currently looking at, which means that every time you tab into another channel, we'll flush all 64 messages and replace them with a new one. I'd rather allocate memory over networking and or disk. This would be disk. 6K doesn't sound like that much. Well, 6K with 10 servers, 10 channels each. Reality might or might not match that. For example, software you can love server. Let's ignore README. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Okay, there's more than 10 in this server. Zig programming language, I think this guy also has more channels. There's 70 channels in the software you can love. In the Zig programming language server. So 6K is just an estimate that is very far from what you could actually be doing with your stuff. We were talking about yesterday people being in more than 100 different servers. So instead of being 10 servers, 10 channels, imagine 100 servers, 70 channels per server. It's still perfectly tractable. We could do it that way. But for now, I'm gonna be I'm not gonna be doing that. So that means more disk IO, but not a lot more, because I think that SQLite will in any case, start caching in memory pages that you access very frequently. So like if you I suspect that even if I don't do anything on my end, I think that if you start like tabbing between two channels, I'm fairly sure that SQLite will play nice and not hit disk if all you're doing is reading. In any case, so yeah, I wrote down some stuff, but let's do some work. I'm not gonna spend time trying to explain this stuff. Let's just make it happen. Hello, penguin. Okay, I'm gonna refill my cup. Should be super quick, and then I'm gonna start this work. Okay, I'm back. Do. Hello, X2. Okay. So, where does our adventure start? Wait, what the fuck? Hello? How is this happening? Is this AI? This what? This is in what? What I'm doing right now? No, I'm trying to close my text editor and something went terribly wrong. Um are we is Flow still open? I think the process is still open, right? Uh okay. Do. I meant you. No, this is not AI. I'm a human being. Give money to Sam Altman. I just started a new project with Zig. I use Zig Init, but it generates many code that I do not understand. If you want an explanation of what Zig Init generates, take a look at this. Oh man, this browser and its decision making. What am I doing? No. Yeah, this idiot has an explainer video for you. Oh, so watch it. Sorry. I gave you a t equals 1 second parameter for some reason. Thank you, YouTube. I really wanted to do that. Should be fine though. How do you get your comments on a terminal? Well, you make an application that interacts with the APIs that allow you to read comments, and then you make a terminal application for it. So where do we start? Is that open source? This? Yeah. That's the repo. Right. You're on YouTube. That's a limitation. There you go. Okay, so we are unhappy with how the client works. Let's move towards the architecture where we have in the client, so in core, only one channel loaded at a time. How do we do that? First of all, we need to change state a lot. Where is my friend state? Is this state? I think this is state, isn't it? This might not be state. Oh, I haven't looked at this stuff since Andrew changed it. Time to relearn everything. So this to me seems weird to be the thing where the thing should be, but I see media. I don't see state. Has it been moved somewhere else? Here we have loaded. Okay, let's look at references to loaded. Missing start field IO. What are you talking about? Oh, I know what we were talking about. So that's on me because I updated Zig, but I didn't update Zig ZLS. So kind of important. Zig build dash D optimize release fast. Let's build ZLS. Hi everyone. Hello. I started working on SDL3 cross completion for Mac. It's not easy, but I'm already down to 51 compile errors from a couple of hundred. Holy shit. Wait a second. Are you talking about um so are you working on Castholm's are you Castholm? You're not Castholm, are you? Are you Brodo? No, you're not Brodo. Oh, you're Brodo. Holy shit. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. I was trying to understand. I was trying to match names together. I mean, it makes sense that you would write this if you're Brodo. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you. So you're working on a patch for Castholm, for Castholm's SDL library. That's cool. Okay. I have a question about the keychain then. So I saw. Okay, so here's the question I have. I have two questions. So I'm gonna ask them in live since we're here, since we're both here. Otherwise, I wouldn't done that in the issue. One is the first question is, it is unclear to me by looking at this README how these keys are namespaced. So like, do I actually let me think about it this way. Actually, you know what? Let's wait. Let's do the other way around. Let me start from the second question. So let's make that one the first question. So the first question is, these functions are very, very domain specific. They allow you to create a user, get users, get password, set password, upsert password. You know, you could remove set password and just have upsert password and have it tell you if there was something there before or not. So if you do that, this basically, I think, becomes better than this. I guess this one, well, I don't know. In any case, more importantly, sorry, these seem very domain specific. Like, these make total sense for Awebo, but they don't necessarily make sense for all users of a library that wants to save secrets in a keychain. Your secrets might have a different shape. They might not be passwords or be multiple users or whatnot. So in my opinion, a standalone package like called Zig Keychain should provide you with this looks like a one-to-one copy of the Keychain API. Wait, what the fuck? You're saying that that's what the macOS Keychain API gives you? Really? Okay, then I'm mind blown if that is the case. What I expected is for this to be like a key value data store essentially. So I expected to have a set key value, get key, delete key, maybe upsert key, I don't know. It surprises me that these are like so domain specific. So, well, I guess this is my first question. Like, if it's account of type ksec class internet password, okay. What are the other versions of these? What are the other options? You know what? In the meantime, I'll ask the second question then. The second question is, it's not clear to me. There's also generic. Okay. It's not clear to me how this stuff is namespaced. So, how is the namespace that I'm going to be using this thing in empty because it's per application by server? That is the server. Okay, but the server thing, what is the server thing? You're turning these into a key prefix, right? I'm guessing. Yes, also by application. Are you doing this or is it done by Apple? I guess I could read the source code and try to answer that question. Oh no, Objective-C, my brain is melting. Okay, Apple namespaces by app automatically. Understood. How does this work? Is it like by path? Like as long as my application exists in a path, is it done by hash? If you move the executable, will it work? If I make a different build, do I need to bundle the application for it to be able to interact with the system? Sorry, I'm asking all these questions because I'm trying to understand what is the shape of this stuff. In the meantime, I'm gonna Google this stuff. KSAC class internet password. Class certificate, class key. I think in our case, an identity item. What is an identity item? An identity is a certificate paired with its associated private key. Keychain stores the certificate and the private key separately, represents the pair as an identity. Attribute matches the keys, blah, 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 label attribute because the identity is the combination of a private key and certificate. This class shares attribute with both, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Multiple certificates can all attest the identity of the same private key. I think it's by bundle ID and by binary name. By binary name, if you have known. Understood. Thank you. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We are moving away from username and passwords. Yes, we currently have username and passwords, but our plan is to move to certificates, right? Here's my question. Do you think that if we use KSAC class identity or some other K class thing, that we could even have a system where we, instead of retrieving the private key of the user, we give the text that we want the thing to sign, and we get back a signature to Apple, to the OS, I guess. So we basically, instead of retrieving the secret, we don't even retrieve the secret. The secret never leaves the OS memory. We only give to it the string they want to sign. Do you think that this guy has this kind of functionality? Yeah, because if we move to private public private key, that seems to be a cool thing to have, doesn't it? Can encrypt, can decrypt, can derive, can sign, can verify, can wrap, can unwrap. These all seems delicious things. Password is scaled data in the API, and you can store any binary blob into it. Yeah, understood. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that what you implemented today already seems great, and I think that that's the thing that we should be using. I had some reservations because it seemed well. Okay, let me put it this way. So maybe these are the things that Apple exposes, but for example, the concept of a server, that's you doing it, right? This is not from the API. Am I wrong? I guess my point is that I would prefer to have to do the concatenation, the prefixing myself. That is from the API. Okay, then I take everything back. Never mind. You're right. It is from the API, obviously, because I now remember when when I look at the keychain stuff, of course, if you have a password for a given server, then you specify the server separately. Okay, never mind. This all makes sense to me. Understood. Here's then my final suggestion. I think it would be cool if you want to also implement at your own time, because there's no rush, but eventually we'll want to switch to certificates, and this is guaranteed because it's not only maybe the login thing, but it's also going to be we plan to have the ability for a client to sign messages with a separate certificate, like with another certificate that basically maps their identity, that guarantees that the message has not been manipulated by the server. So, so that means that if the OS offers key management, we'll want that. Honestly, I would even argue that on on Linux, if there is no good API for doing that, we might even want to, I don't know, maybe shell out to what's called like the some of the SSH executables. Maybe that's not the right approach, but in any case, if Apple can do that, if Apple can do signing of text without us even having to retrieve the private key, that would be delightful. The SSH ask pass model. I don't know what the SSH ask pass model is. Um, this does not explain to me exactly what's going on. SSH ask pass. Oh, this allow use of this thing. Is this what you're talking about on your side? In my case, it's not. I mean, in my case, I don't want to the user to have to give confirmation that they want to use a given private key. My point is just, I don't know, not having to hold the private key in memory in the program. Which, by the way, I think it's cool. Is it like genius? Have I made is this program now pure totally safe? No, because an attacker could, I guess, manipulate the data that we send to these servers for signing. But SSH stores its key in a well-known keys in a well-known place and uses AskPass to grant access to them. To grant access to them. I see. And uses AskPass to grant access to them. How is AskPass though? Like, how does it work? Because the idea is that those credentials will be created by our application. So the application is, in a sense, the owner of those things. Well, anyway. Anyway, this is cool. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand this a little bit better. Okay, let's go do some work. So, where's my goddamn data? Where's the data, man? Client, where's the, so there's an active, okay, why do we have active call user audio CFG? What is CFG in this context? We don't know. Loaded cache path. Well, you know what? There's on, oh, there we go. Hosts. So here there's a type called hosts. So this guy has to be, there we go. Oh, this is just me being blind. There it is. That's what we were looking at. That's what we were looking for. Sorry. Hosts. I have to go help some poor students with their Java exam prep. RIP. We'll be back in a few hours if you're still here. Okay. Have a nice day. Thank you. Okay. So here are our hosts, and our hosts are a they're defined in here. Interesting. So it's basically just a thing that you add instances of host into. Huh. 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 So we're assuming that we're keeping all of them in memory. And a host, since this thing is a map of hosts as they are shared between server and client, then we expect channels in turn to contain a bunch of channels with their own mapping, their own indexing, their own whatever. And then we expect a channel to hold a window of messages, depending on the kind. So when it comes to chat channels, we expect chat channels to be holding their own messages in memory. Huh. So if we don't want to do this anymore, if we want, you know what? I'm gonna make a commit called work in progress, where I'm gonna snapshot basically where we are right now. Oh, in the meantime, we did correctly build ZLS, so we can exit this. We can restart the editor. Now we have ZLS. Git status. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do GA source. I'm gonna do GC work in progress. So that way we have snapshotted where we're at right now, just in case that we need to do brutal undo. So for the server, it is fine to have in-memory copies of the latest 64 messages per channel. That seems to be a very good idea, because every time somebody connects, we want to update them with the latest messages. And so just keeping them in memory, you know, hot and ready seems good. In the client, I think it does make a lot of sense to just, it makes a lot of sense to just have, to keep in memory information about all channels, because we're going to need to render those every frame. So channel name, other details of that kind, fine. But when it comes to messages, I think it makes sense to say that the client does not see those messages that way, and instead it has one ring buffer that we completely flush when tabbing around. So that means that we need to change data representation. So that means, so we want to keep around the ID, we want to keep around the name, all this other bullshit, we do want to keep it around. But in the case of a chat channel, a client chat channel should not have messages. So that means that our plan right now is to take the message window and turn it into a server only type. So what's client only here? Sticky position, sticky bottom. Okay, so here we have some like scroll information, which is client only. Sorry, which is perfect. Fine. Okay, let's make a server only one. There we go. Okay, so the init. Okay. So I think that if we do it this way, then we should move this entire data structure into server only because it is a server only data structure at this point. So this goes in here. Well, maybe below the init. Also, I got this wrong. I'm gonna need to copy this, paste. So client and server void. The other shitty initialization. I thought I could get rid of the shitty initialization, but no, never mind. Um. So, if only an empty struct would coerce to void. I don't know why. I don't. Man, people. Amlac doesn't want to do it, but I think it would be cool. Switch context. Look, the difference is so small. It's almost philosophical. Almost philosophical. Okay. So let's add some comments. Holds. Scroll state. Holds latest messages. Didn't this course to void before? It probably did, but it got changed at some point. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should be. No, no, never mind. Not wrong. I think it did at some point. Sorry if the question sounds rude. How close do you think you are to finishing this project? And how close am I to finishing this project? We're not close at all. We're not close at all. Go to codeberg.org here, Awebo. Look at the open issues. Look at the open projects, and it will give you an idea of the level of completeness that we are at. And the answer is spoilers. It's not a lot. We are working on getting messages working nicely in a scalable manner. Audio is currently regressed and waiting for um, well, for the regression to be fixed. We have never implemented any code to get video shares, like screen sharing, working. So that's going to be another big rabbit hole. After that, we're going to need to do hardening because we're going to need to enforce, length limits for a lot of things. And then we're going to need to introduce, introduce moderation tooling. So it's going to be a long road. It's going to be usable. Awebo is going to be usable long before it's going to be finished, but we're not usable yet. Mhm. I was supporting Zig on GitHub. I don't remember. Did the GitHub sponsor remain after the migration to Codeberg? If you go to your own account on GitHub, you should be able to answer this question. And you know what? I'm actually curious. Did you interrupt it manually yourself, or did you just leave it there? If you go to your profile and then you click on sponsors, do you see yourself still sponsoring the Zig organization? Thank you. Less than 50%. Yes. I would say probably less than 20%. I didn't start this project yesterday, but this project started a while ago, but I stopped working on it for more than a year. So in the end, this project has had, I don't know, a few months of work on it. And a lot of the old work I ripped out when the new IO came to Zig. So, it's early days. So, watch the streams so you can follow along with the development if you want. It's not gonna take forever for us to get to a working state, but it is gonna be a little bit more. Did the question sound rude? No, it did not. The question is not rude. I guess it becomes annoying if everybody keeps asking you this all the time, which is not currently the case. Currently, not a lot of people are asking me if I'm done with this project or like how far ahead I am. So it's fine. The question by itself is not particularly bad either way. It now shows as interrupted. Interesting. Thank you. Well, thank you for letting me know. If you do intend to continue supporting the ZSF, Codeberg itself doesn't have a donation platform, but I encourage you to use every.org. So if you go to ziglang.org and you click Zig Software Foundation, or we should have, I think, a more prominent donate button. But in any case, you can either click this button, which opens a, I guess, in-website pop-up, or you click Every down here. And Every.org is a pretty decent platform to do donations. So it supports a variety of things. I heard that the bank stuff only works with US banks. So if you're European and you want to use a European bank, or you're just not American, then this might not work out particularly well. But at least you have PayPal and a few others. If none of these works for you, then we also support other stuff. I also would say if you work at a company that matches donations, please do check that stuff out so that you can have your company basically sponsor the ZSF so that it's not your money. Or, well, not just your money. Anyway, back to this stuff. Yeah, yeah. At some point, somebody donated like a one Apple share. It was funny. Are there features that are in this project that Zig doesn't support yet? No, because well, I mean, we're using Zig, so you know, for those features, for the stuff that we're doing to work, Zig has to support it. Um, we are using Zig features that are not part of a tagged release yet, so we're using master branch builds of Zig. I wonder if you have to pay capital gains tax on it. I don't think so, because the way it works is that, huh? I don't think that is the case. I might be wrong, but I think the way it works is that when you donate a share, um, Every sells it, and then we get the money. So we don't end up holding stock. It just you know, everything gets turned to money before it reaches us. For example, Every is good for us to accept crypto, because if somebody wants to donate crypto, then Every is going to immediately sell it, and we get money that it's easier for us to use. Long story short, not only easier to use, but also, like, you know, easier to do accounting for. Okay, so here we have a message window, which is now server only. So now the client doesn't have the message window anymore in its channel. Latest messages are part of the server. Now I have a bajillion compile errors everywhere. We have synchronizes messages in bulk. So this is now, oh, this is interesting, because now this is here, but which is actually not necessarily super wrong, but this doesn't deal with anything in memory, does it? Yeah, this looks a new chat, because new chat, well, new channel is what we are given. And so this doesn't have messages anymore. So where do we get those slices? Aha. So that means that we need to go into Proto Server and change host sync. And we want host sync to give us our identity, server max UID, name, epoch, users, sure, channels, and now this becomes more serious. So this whole mode idea, I don't like. I came up with the mode thing, and nevertheless, it's kind of ass. I'm getting rid of the concept. So channels is going to be an array of channel and an array of messages. Or even better, I think even better, why does this need to be a struct? at this point. I think it had before because we had more fields, but now it doesn't anymore. So we can do this. We can I'm gonna copy this out. Or we're gonna use something else for that, I guess. Take this out. Take this out. Take this out. This becomes users. This becomes channels. Actually, no, kinda. This becomes a slice. Or it's channel and messages. There you go. Okay, I don't know how the init is gonna look like for now. We're gonna take a look at this later. Now, a few things have changed. This is good. Also, this is, I think this is also good. Modified messages, yes. Okay. So now we have to fix formatting, and this guy has users and channels to worry about. Although I'm starting to think that this whole sizes idea is annoying, might as well get rid of it. I do think that having a protocol struct sentinel is good. Having this, eh, eh. Let's see. Host sync user ID server max ID name users. Users is gonna be users.len. Server max UID users mode. No more users mode. Then for user items for users, and channels, so there we go. Okay, this has been refactored. Next, what do we have? No field name ID instruct whatever. Oh, right. This would be ch dot channel dot id dot channel kind. Where are we right now? Load host. Load host. Load host. This is a client only function. Right. Right. So we're loading a host, and here we're also loading its messages. But you know what? We're not doing this anymore. We're getting rid of this. When we load a channel, we don't load its messages. This is going to be something separate. So I want to cut this, but I kind of don't want to fully delete this because we're going to have to do this somewhere else. So hopefully I can comment it out and then come back to this. Okay. I'm going to use the get me marker to find this snippet when we're going to need it. Variable channel is never going to be mutated. Yes, const. Const this bad boy. And you know what? This moves up so that we can be happy. Are we happy? No number main mode named mode. Yes, you're right, which means that we do this. Oh, so now we're synchronizing. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Let me go get a teacup refill, and then I'm gonna continue. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So we were saying users, items, no more items. There we go. Channels mode. There's no channels mode. So this channels mode thing is interesting because maybe we do want to have channels mode. I don't know. There's a problem of whether the channel has updated its metadata or not, and whether the channel has new messages or not. And then there's the question of what do you do when a channel is deleted? because that is the bigger problem. Like the biggest problem is that messages are essentially for now considered an append only thing, so partial updates are easy. But if you can delete messages, sorry, channels, then when you reconnect, you can't just say give me updates about channels that are new. You know what? Maybe for channels we do need tombstones. I guess we could do tombstones. I think that might be. I think that's how we're gonna solve at least some things. What I was thinking for channels is that what we could do is that we keep track of when was the last channel deleted, and then if the client has not seen that deletion, yeah, but then if the client was not connected, how the fuck? No, that makes sense. So if the client connects and has a max UID that is older than the last time that the channel was deleted, then it means that the client has not observed a channel deletion event, and so we do a full sync. So that means that maybe for channels we do want to keep around this whole this concept of modality. So never mind. Let's go back to here and let's see how we're gonna change this. I think we want an ID, then meta, which is either present or not present, in which case we don't update it. Although, what is that meta going to be? The channel name? So it's probably more effort to do this than to just send over the channel name anyway. But there might be more than that. Hmm. And in any case, this would be like this. Hmm. Does data get stored on the client too? Yes, it does. It's not a full sync. Clients are not expected. Clients are not required to have a full sync of the server state. So I'm programming it in a way that a client could have partial data and then it just synchronizes as needed. You know, as you scroll. Long story short, um, we could conclude that it is a good idea to have the client to attempt to have a full sync, so that way the client tries to catch up essentially with the server. But for now we're not doing that. Either way, you have to account for the case that you want to have the client be usable even if it hasn't fully synchronized yet. So no matter what, you want to program it this way. But maybe we could conclude that no, we do want the client to try and be full synced. And for example, we could have at that point client side full text search. That could be a thing. So I'm going back to introducing mode. Fuck, I deleted mode earlier. Now I'm putting it back in. Um, I'm undoing all the changes that I just made. Is it really possible to do this when I'm describing? I think yes. Because for example, users are not gonna be deleted all the time. So we're not gonna need a full sync all the time. I guess we could even argue that a full sync should become an ID thing only. Hmm. A full sync should still be a delta plus a list of IDs. Oh my god, that's the key. Haha, that is indeed the key. So here's how it works. We're gonna call this delta. We're gonna call this delta. And then instead of mode, we're gonna say we're gonna have an ID list. IDs. Let's call it full. Delta is gonna be a channel ID, maybe the metadata if it has changed, and its list of messages. Yes. And in here we do full, which is a list of channel ID. There we go. That's how we do it. That is indeed how we do it. Okay. I'm gonna move this inside because if we do it, it's gonna be inside. So this struct needs to have its own protocol struct for sure. We need to worry about sizes of messages, which we do indeed. And out here we care about full and delta. And guess what? This bad boy is also the same here. So now down here, there's no users, no channels. We're back to only name. Okay. How are we doing today? Pretty good. Thank you. Okay, now let's refix all the things that we broke. God damn it. So user max ID, name, users item slan, hs the users. Well, this is more like if hs dot users dot. This is not items. This is delta. Items dot full dot line greater than 0 else empty string. Oh Jesus. Well, what can I say? Delightful. Maybe a new line would help. This would help. Okay, so let's unregress this a bit at a time. Users dot delta. channels.delta.len. These new names are actually pretty good. I like this. These are good names. Better than mode. Holy shit, this is it. This is it. Finally, man. Channel.id. No, this is ch.id. How about UID? Well, I guess this is optional. And then we do if ch.meta. And it's going to be UID. Also null. Yeah, no, I think it's fine in this context. Kind. ch.meta.kind. Although again, this also depends on meta being a thing. Actually, what was this? HS channels.delta.len. What am I doing? So there we go. Okay, we fixed this. users.delta. delta.channels.delta. Sorry. That sucks. But also we're switching. Wait. No. What are we switching? We are not switching shit. We're doing this and this. And in here, we're doing, instead of items, we're doing delta. There we go. Assert that the kind that we know is the same as the new channel kind. What does the delta contain? Oh, delta contains a lot of different stuff now. Oh, this is going to be very different. So, so we try to get so this is the channel delta. Given the channel delta ID, we try to get the channel, and we are checking that the channel kind is the same as the kind that we expect. A problem that delta doesn't have kind. It is only something that we do. Yeah. Okay. So this is going to be completely different. Oh, this is good. This is one of those. This was the most problematic function before because we were trying to change it and it was so resistant to change and so fucking annoying. And now we finally are going to be able to obliterate it. So what does this thing look like? Let's rethink it from first principles. So from scratch, there's a channel delta. What do we do about it? Well, channel delta will maybe have updates to the metadata, maybe updates to messages, at least one of the two. So let's do assert ch delta. Actually, let's do it like this: const meta equals ch delta dot meta and const messages equals ch delta dot messages, I guess, just for convenience. And then we say assert that meta is different than null or messages.len is greater than 0. One of the two has to be true. Then, if we have meta, we try to do the upsert. But also, we try to do the upsert, but also, what is the name of this UI framework? which UI framework? What you're looking at right now is the code is not a UI framework. This is just normal logic. What I am using, which you're not seeing it now, but what I'm using for Awebo is called DVUI. It's an immediate mode UI written in Zig by David Vanderson. So if we have meta, I guess we want to do this. If this, then we also do this. If meta is present, could this be a new channel? It could be a new channel, yes. But then it means that we want to do this, essentially. I don't know what the code down there is doing, probably nothing good. But if we have meta, if we have this channel already, then we try to sync it. Why is syncing it delegated? I think it does make sense to delegate it, but it is funny that we are upserting it here. So we're delegating syncing, but we're not delegating upserting it. So we are keeping all these channels in memory. So this is fine. So we want to do this for sure. And what we send down is this. Something along those lines. Pointer. Do we do that star? No, you know what? We don't grab a pointer. I think that this might probably need some more hammering, but it fine for now. TH delta kind. Right, this is now, that works if we want to, but then it's M. This is M dot kind. There we go. So if we have meta to update, we update the meta. Otherwise, we don't update any meta. We don't upsert anything. This becomes if messages also, right? Messages are going to be 2 slices. So we need to change this type slightly. Protocol server. We're going to get 2 slices. I think this might be a problem. How was I doing it earlier? We were building this stuff in I think it's host compute delta. How are we doing this? So this is composing a host sync. Delta channel has new message. Delta channels dot append channel. Fine. If it doesn't have new messages, then length is 0. If it does have new messages, oh, it's because messages knows how to serialize itself. Um, right. This was serialized as a messages data structure. Oh shit. Well, we're not doing that anymore. So we're doing this. Hopefully this doesn't mess up our our stuff too much. We'll see. Okay. Okay, so this part is done. So this first part is done. Then the second part is, okay, do we have messages? So mhm, I guess we can do just a normal double for loop, assuming that we get slices already. So the idea is we already get slices and we do this. Oh, and then there's also that delicious thing. So we cut this, paste it here. We do want this, paste it here. We don't want this. So let's take a look at everything. All this UID starts now. 4 slices, which we don't currently have. So this is going to be for ch delta dot messages. Gives us a slice. For each slice, do messages. First time chat sync saving DB message. You don't know that. You don't know that. Okay. Okay. So with this, we're also saving messages. Now we need to fix this channel sync thing because this guy thinks that it needs to do way more than it actually does. Just sets name and privacy. Huh. And then calls sync on the specific kind, which it is fine, but in chat, so we don't do any of this shit anymore. So, I don't know. We just delete this. Or rather, you know what? Maybe we just got it. Okay. Okay, so now synchronization does what it needs to do, which is literally this. Set name to the new name, set privacy to the new privacy. Um we're not doing a good job at managing memory right now, but it is fine. So upset message, upset channel. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now we're saving messages in the database and we are not holding them in memory whatsoever. Whatsoever. So what do we do next? Well, I guess another thing that we can do is fix more build errors because it's impossible that we don't have any of those. So maybe let's go fix those. Chat panel messages oldest, right? Chat panel also expects stuff that is not there anymore. So let's maybe hate to be that guy, but is there a release date for Awebo? No, sorry, there is no release date. It's too early. What I recommend is that you check out these streams occasionally to see kind of what I'm doing. Right now, I am refactoring how messages are represented in memory in the client. So, it's very early. I can tell you that in the next few weeks, we're going to unblock voice calls. So you're going to be able to do voice calls with Awebo, but no screen share. The client will be in Zig 2. Yes, I'm already working on it. Check this out. Check this bad boy. I have infinite scroll working. This doesn't look good. It's fine. It's by design. But we have this infinite scroll stuff. So like we do a good job at paging memory, paging messages in and out of memory, fetching them from the server, etc. If you type, there's typing indications. There is search. Again, it looks ugly, but it's fine. There's like full text search. So things are happening. Is this a sysGUI or WASM? Neither. This is a immediate mode GUI, so it doesn't use an OS provided framework for rendering. It just has like a canvas and it renders whatever it wants in there. But there is no WebAssembly going on. This is like native. This is using my GPU. Yeah, but we can make a WebAssembly build of the client as well. And that's how we plan to provide a web interface. So we're doing a reverse Electron, Uno reverse to Electron. Instead of doing a website, and then when you want the native client, you get, a website, but inside of Electron, we're doing the Uno reverse. So we do a native client, and then if you want the web version, you get a native client that runs in WebAssembly plus WebGL in your browser. Yeah. Oh man, there's a long list of things that we're doing the right way. Where is search implemented? In the server. Since the client is not expected to hold the full message history, search is server side, and it is done by SQLite. If you mean where are the lines, you can look into which file. You want source server CLI server run.zig. Run.zig at the bottom has SQL queries, And this one, search messages, is the one that implements full text search. If you want to know how the full text search tables are configured, you want to go to tables.zig. In here, there's messages search. And this definition defines a virtual table that uses full text search version 5 from SQLite. It's not perfectly fine-tuned. We don't have good stemming. Like there's more stuff that we could do to make this better. I guess in exchange for more memory usage, like disk usage, because stemming and stuff just makes the index bigger. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Also, you know what's crazy? I'm surprised that this shows that we see results highlighted in here. I wonder if this is Carmen doing some extra work. You know what? Let me take a look. Chat panel. Message list sidebar. So how does message rendering work in here? Yeah, it's just calling draw message. Result preview created. Yeah, preview text. Okay, this is funny. Basically, the highlighting markers that I'm using for making this text highlight in the terminal, this same system also happens to work with DVOI out of the box. Like, this is hilarious to me. It's the same escape codes that for some reason also seem to work with DVOI. I wonder exactly why this is happening. Just such a funny coincidence. In any case, so what was I trying to fix? What was I trying to fix? Oh yeah, right. I was trying to decide now in core, where do we put the messages that we actually do load? So I think we want to hold active channel in here. And we need active host. And we need like the active scroll window information. Aren't you scared of doing a project that big with the poor stability of Zig? Not only are we using Zig, but we are using master branch Zig. Keep in mind that the people working on it, starting from me, but also other people who are involved, actually, maybe I should say starting from Andrew, I guess, but some of us are in the Zig core team. So that would be Andrew and I. Then some other people who are not in the core team, but who are also, very up to speed with what's going on with Zig. Like they're following Zig closely. So we have good awareness of all the new stuff coming in. And we explicitly want to use Awebo as a way to test drive all the new async IO stuff. So this is an IO heavy application that really benefits from async IO, and we're using all the latest and greatest stuff in Zig Master Branch. So, yeah, we're going all in. Yeah, we're going all in, and the fact that Andrew is also following along helps, so that if we do get if we do encounter issues, we have good chances that those will be prioritized because Andrew is aware of them. He can unblock us. He can unblock himself. I'll give you an example. since we're chasing master branch, we need to update version of Zig time to time, and also um, make sure that all dependencies also get updated. And so if you look at this devlog, this fairly recent devlog is from like a week ago. Andrew added 2 new package management workflow enhancements. So he was doing the work to update Awebo to latest Zig, and as part of this work that he was doing, he wanted to make the workflow nicer, easier, and so he added the fork flag. So now you can do Zig build fork, which helps with updating dependencies. Which is funny. Where is it that he says the thing? In retrospect, it seems so obvious. Well, having to do this work over and over, well, having to do this work once actually for him. Well, I mean, he has updated his own projects in the past, so it's not like he has never done this. But it was funny because I guess having to do this is what prompted the latest enhancement. Okay, so active host, active channel, and let's go ahead and message buffer. Message buffer. And in here, we need something. We need a ring buffer of some kind. Well, we need a message window. Instantly tilted. What makes you tilted about it? Yeah, we also had some discussions about this in the past in like core team meetings. I don't remember personally ever advocating for the precise shape of this feature. Like I never asked specifically for a flag named fork that would behave like this one does behave. I do remember talking occasionally about the general idea of being able to override a package, although that was always in the context of doing that in a permanent way in your zone file. I did talk about I did talk about um I did talk about the general idea of being able to create bundles of an application that you could basically um place somewhere so that all your dependencies are all in one bundle. So I guess I talked about vendoring with Andrew in the past, and these latest changes do allow you to do vendoring if you want, optionally. You just need to commit Zig packages, right? With all the good and bad that comes from that. I guess more than committing, what you would want is to create tarballs, source tarballs that contain also the dependencies. Yeah, I think the flag is good. So the latest discussion that I had was that I was complaining about Zig Fetch still being buggy And if you change a dependency to be a dot path dependency instead of a dot URL dependency, then Zig fetch would mess it up. And I think this might still be the case. I don't know if this got fixed, but uh, yeah, basically, Andrew did some of that workflow and realized that the experience could be improved without sacrificing any of the things that he didn't want to sacrifice. Anyway, I guess my point is this. Um, I, I guess the point is that having done these similar discussions where some of the details, maybe the majority, maybe the almost totality of the details matches discussions that you had in the past, is, it's not the same as everything matching, because there's, at the end of the day, there's a big difference between having, a temporary CLI flag versus having a permanent setting in your zone files, or, some other stuff. Like I'm saying this also for myself when it comes to Awebo. I'm sure that there will be situations in the future where somebody wants to do something a certain way and I'm going to say no. And then time passes and we end up with a maybe tiny twist on the original idea, which I am gonna be happy with. And somebody could say, wait, but I I wanted essentially the same thing, and you said no the first time, so now it's yes. What's going on? And the answer is gonna be that maybe that tiny detail is what made all the difference for me. So anyway, okay, now we're gonna need active host, active channel, and message window. Also, we need to go into app, or actually, yeah, what the fuck is an app? I guess an app is gonna be in main GUI, which has the active screen, which is a union enum, which only has cases without a payload. We now have active host in here. Where do we keep the information about the active channel, though? So here we have the active host, but is it chat panel that remembers the active channel? Who is it that does that? Somebody has to. I was chatting with a friend last night and I said, in the end, I don't really care all that much because I got exactly what I wanted. In this case, I got something arguably better. So in a way, I'm glad I didn't get what I asked for. Yeah, that's fair. I had this experience when I came up with the original design for deprecated, like the at deprecated built-in. I think that Andrew suggested some changes that did make the whole thing better. Unfortunately, incorporating his changes turned a dead simple feature, like a dead simple built-in, into something that is uh actually potentially too complicated to implement to be worth it. So I so I don't know what's gonna happen to the at the deprecated built-in. I think we should have it. I think that as a feature, being able to deprecate stuff is important. So I hope that the issues that we're encountering with design and implementation don't end up making the thing never happen. But yeah, I don't know. So this is funny. We have this. We have the active host. So I'm gonna move this here. Oh shit. Active channel is part of the active host. Um yeah, that is That is actually fair. That is actually fair indeed. So we only care about the active host. We don't care. So we don't save the active channel in here. We keep it inside the active host. We do care about the message window though. How do we deal with that? How do we deal with that? We kinda we kinda want to have we do want to share the message window implementation with server. So what I did here in chat is wrong. We don't want to take this implementation and make it server only. We want it to be, I guess, something that can be shared. So I guess we can move it down here at this point. And then here we do awebo.host. No, awebo.channel.chat. Um, is it not pub? It's not pub. Wait, there's no empty? Oh man. Also, this has a protocol. We don't do that anymore, do we? We don't do that anymore because we don't recreate it. Another example was when I asked for Indian typed ints because I wanted an ergonomic way to represent wire formats with the Zig structs, but it didn't get them. Instead, we got reader writer, which is not only much better, but the more I write Zig, the more averse I am to trying to represent the wire format with a struct. Yeah, that also matches my experience. I'm now of the opinion that the translation from wire to Zig native is a better way. Mhm. Okay, so we have this type here. So now we can use it. So now we can go in core. We have message window, which I guess doesn't start at empty, starts at whatever this thing is. Uh, okay, now we broke some more stuff in the GUI. Chat message new in core. Huh. A new chat message was pushed, was received. What shall we do? Uh-huh. Huh. It is cool, but it's that this is not what I want to fix now. I think I want to fix GUI main first because I think this guy depends on something that doesn't exist anymore in the app. App core active host. Yeah, this is now core.active host. If equals 0, grab the first one. Yep, frozen, blah 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 blah. Actually, this is all there is to it. I think that from like downwards from here, everything downstream, everything is should be fine as is. I think maybe this some of this stuff. Nah. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, unsupported type. Our array of 2 slices is unsupported. That does suck. We could implement support for arrays though. That should not be too bad. Honestly, slices and arrays are fine. Mm-hmm. Array info. And then what do we do? Oh, but this would put us in the case where, oh shit. Array. Arrays are annoying for metaprogramming. Fuck. They are really annoying for metaprogramming. And you know why? Because of the sizes stuff. Oh man, this is yet another reason why I kind of want to get rid of this thing. Okay, so here's how we solve it. No more array. Let's change the array to something slightly more explicit, and it's gonna be fine. Protocol server. So you're giving me not just an array of the messages, but messages is gonna be a struct tail add. Why are we doing it this way? Messages are stored in a ring buffer. And we can give this guy a convenience function. So we can do pub function slices, which returns to const message. And there we go. It's just a tiny convenience thing. So we have it like this, and then we need to do protocol. Let's do U8. And this doesn't need sizes anymore. Also, you know what? As while we're talking about convenience methods, there's another one. So it has slices. Let's do pub function total len. Actually, this should be a window size. Okay, what are we doing? Chat messages, total length. Hmm. Um, does it work that way? It does. Okay, now we're back to having chat message new not work. Cool. So now core doesn't know what to do when a new message is received. Perfect. We're reshaping all of this stuff. So how does this work? Well, new message comes in. Question is, if it's not in the active host, we just save it in the database of that host. If it is in the active host, well, so we save it to database regardless. Then if it is the active host and it is in the active channel, then we flip some bit in the active channel scrolling state, telling the UI that there's a delicious message ready to be loaded from the database, which is a little bit wasteful because we have the message here in memory. So we're saving it to hard drive and then we're like freeing this memory. There should be a staging area for these messages. There should be a staging area for sure. But you know what? One bit at a time. We're already making this so much better compared to what it was before. So yeah. So we don't push shit because there's nothing for us to push. Or well, you know what? Comment it out. So lock state. Grab the host. Grab the channel and assert that it is a chat channel. Grab the author. Why are we grabbing the author also? What are we doing with the EU? Oh, right. We're doing order remove of that guy. Oh, right. This is the new stuff. And sending to clients. No, this is all client side. So the client receives the message, records it into its local cache, and then it has to decide whether that message is meant to be, if it needs to be displayed or not. No, it's the other way around. The server can crash your client if it sends you a chat message for a channel that is not supposed to be a chat channel. Yeah. So it's not optimal. I would agree that the server should not be able to crash the client. But you know, concretely speaking, the opposite is a much bigger thing that you should worry about. So I'm being sloppy for now, and I plan to do a pass at some point. Like at some point, to sit down and start looking at all the situations, all the things, all the ways in which a server could crash a client. Looking, you know, just looking at all the workflows and how they happen, and wherever we have crashy checks. Yeah, I mean, there's a big pile of these things. The thing is, I would love to be able to focus on them, obviously, but I'm still figuring out how to represent in memory messages. So I need to digest this part. Once we have digested this part, here's my goal. My goal is to have messages working, audio working, enter a semi uh, feature freeze, where the idea is that we stop tackling big features. We only work on tiny features and polish, and um, we get audio messages working pretty well polished. In the meantime, people they study how to do screen share, but maybe slash work on it a little bit. But like, we don't work on integrating all the screen share for a while, and in the meantime, we polish everything. So that's the idea. So we are trying to do order remove in case that the user is who we think it is, but this is only in the case that this is the active channel. Why? Client typing, because typing is not per channel. Wait, typing is not per channel. Oh fuck, I missed this. Yeah, no, it is per channel. Oh, but we're like updating this regardless of whether it's the active one or not. Okay. That is fair, because we will be receiving notifications also of channels that we're not looking at. So that's fine. That is actually interesting, the implication of how much bandwidth you're burning for notifications that you're not really looking at. Although being said, this is something that we could surface in the interface. Like, in theory, um, we could have something that shows up in here whenever somebody's typing in a channel that you don't have open. That would be fine. Is the word just JSON? Even less than JSON. It's a incredibly basic serialization format based on Zig struct metaprogramming. If you're curious, take a look at protocol.zig. Source Awebo protocol.zig contains all the metaprogramming. It's even more compact than JSON. Like, I would say significantly more compact than JSON. So, okay, let's think it through. Yes, we do want to update channel state also for channels that are not the current one. Guaranteed. If origin is different than 0, pending messages, order remove origin. Yes. Okay, I think essentially this can be left exactly as is. It's only this thing up here. It's only this guy that needs to basically become, not, which is not going to be done the same way, but it becomes conditional on whether this is the active channel that we're looking at right now. So if CMN chat message new dot so the host is separate. Okay, if host ID is So how do we access our state? Because here we have locked. Oh, locked doesn't contain shit, does it? Oh, locked returns core. So we have locked. We do locked state. Okay. And we just access core. That's fine, I guess. Why do we get a pointer to core if core is not locked already then? Do we lock core in here? No, we don't. We do it in here. We do it in here. We do it in some cases of failure. But in here, we don't lock core all the time. So, huh. Okay, so we lock core. If host ID is core dot active host, and h dot client dot active channel, there's a question mark. I don't think this guy should have a question mark. I think this guy should have a. But if we don't know anything about the channel, then oh, god damn it. Okay, if h dot client dot active channel if ac dot. Oh right. Wait, we do have the channel though, don't we? Yeah, we're hardcore asserting that is fine, I guess. I guess so. Then we can do um if Rust fanatics have crabs, what do Zig fanatics have? You mean like in terms of mascots? Like what's our mascot? That would be so-called ziguanas. So like iguanas, but with a Z in front. Like the two mascots, like Ziggy and Zero, for example. Plus a bunch of other ones. So host ID is so it's the active host and the channel is the same. So cmn.channel equals c.id. C does have an ID, does it not? Um, no, I'm doing something stupid because that has to be the active channel. Where is the active channel? Inside H, right? And so if h dot active dot client dot active channel. Okay. I'm finally there. Wait, this channel doesn't even have a because it's a chat. Okay, I see. Okay, so if it's channel.id, then we can do channel dot. Oh, it's chat dot client dot fetch all new messages. I think it's new messages equals true. I think this is how we instruct the GUI to fetch new messages from the hard drive. So hopefully we made that work. Okay, so now we can fix the rest. Maybe message list. What is C? C is chat. Why do we have chat? We used to have chat because that's what contained the list of messages, but we don't care about that anymore because that is now the message buffer. So this is not a thing anymore. So this is now core dot core message something. Wait, why is it not being auto suggested? Message window, core message window. Why? What is the problem with core message window? I don't know why it's not being auto suggested. Oh, never mind. We do want chat because it contains. Fuck, what was it called? Okay, yes. Because it contains all the GUI stuffy stuff. Wait, this is it? No. Server run. Chat.server.messages. This is a server only thing, right? Yes. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, our return values are not good. Okay. We're gonna need to fix the way that we send down, the way that we build the host sync message because we changed it completely. It is fair. We moved on to other things, but we still need to fix this. Okay, give me a sec. I'm gonna refill my teacup, and I don't know. We're gonna go down this rabbit hole. Also, I think we're nearing the end. I don't think there's a lot more that's gonna need fixing. Modulo, surprises at runtime. We might get surprises at runtime. We will get surprises at runtime. We always get surprises at runtime. I'll be right back. Indeed. So, I think a bunch of stuff is fine. Users is now different. What's users now? It's a struct that contains full and delta. Oh yeah, right. That is delightful. So this is gonna be delta, and this is gonna be full, and we're gonna leave full as a to do. But now full is gonna be an empty slice. Almost correct, because this is not gonna match, because this is delta channels is defined as an array list of channels, and now it's not. Now it's an array list of stuff that does not even have a name. And we need to give this bad boy a name. So I'm gonna call it a channel delta, I guess. Channel delta. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Right? So we're gonna call this a host sync dot. Actually, where did I put this? Oh no, I put this inside this channel struct, which does not allow me to fetch it. You're coming with me, bad boy. And you're going down here, I guess. There you go. Hopefully this makes kind of sense. Okay, so this is a channel delta. So delta channels, what do we append? What do we do? What are we building today? A open source Discord alternative. That I've been working on, not for too long, But I've been working on before everybody went insane over the latest changes with Discord. You know what? I don't really care about the authentication stuff. I mean, I get that people could be mad at that. I personally just don't care either way. Like, my face is already on the internet, so one more photo, what's gonna make a difference? But you know what drives me nuts? That you have to pay 35 euros per month to do 1080p streaming. That's dumb. That's really dumb. I am tired of startups sucking money out of people for no good fucking reason. It does not cost, it should not cost, and it does not cost 35 euros to do 1080p streaming in a server, goddammit. So this needs to change. I'm tired. Like, think of it this way. By the way, thank you for the cheers. But think of it this way. Can you imagine having to pay a company 35 euros per month to use their compiler? So you want to use a language. There's a language that you like, and it costs you 35 euros per month to be able to use the compiler for that language. Would you be fine with that? Would anybody here be fine with having to pay 35 euros per month to use a programming language? I don't think you would, because we got to a point where you take it for granted even that a programming language, the compiler, should not be something that you pay for. Why is it the case? It's not out of magic that you think it this way. It's because some people sat down and banged out a good compiler, good enough at the very least, and decided to give it out for free. In the 80s, oh yeah, in the past, there were compilers that worked like this. Like, in the past, you had to pay if you wanted to have certain compilers. I think you had to pay, I remember, well, I got it for free, but I think, like, for example, there was the Borland compiler, maybe you had to pay for it. I don't even remember all the details, but in any case, you used to pay for this stuff. But then enough people sat down, made good compilers, and for free, and, or rather, not exactly for free. Oh, asterisk. I'm going to come back to that in a second. But they made good enough compilers, and they make those open source. And they made those good enough that they draw out of this business the companies that were previously selling you compilers. And now we got to a point where you rightfully find it insane to have to pay a monthly fee to use a compiler. Now, let me ask you, why are we paying a monthly fee to use a chat application? Yes, there is some resource consumption that going on in there, but let me promise you, it is not 35 euros a month. You're not consuming 35 euros a month worth of resources in any server. Like, I don't think that even, streamers that have gigantic servers are using that much money worth of resources a month. I don't think so. None of us is. So I think we need to get to a point where we do the same. I think we should get, like, I'm mad at this thing. Why are we giving money every month to these shitty companies that take their money and they use it to snort cocaine on Epstein Islands off of underage girls, instead of putting that money and use it to develop the product? Because they're not developing the product. They're sniffing cocaine with that money. That's what they're doing. So how about instead we sponsor open source projects? So you instead of giving how much do you pay for Nitro? How much is Nitro every month? I think Nitro is fucking expensive as well, isn't it? I think the Nitro is like 20 euros a month or something. Maybe less, 12 euros a month. But it comes up to a pretty good number every year. In any case, the point is, you take that money, instead of giving it to Discord, you give it to an open source project that is building a open source chat application, a good one, ideally, not a shitty one. But you give it to them, and then you have the software. Once it's made, once it's mostly done, it is mostly done, and you can deploy it on your server. You can deploy it on a server that costs you less than 3 euros a month. With Awebo, this is what we're aiming for. With Awebo, we're aiming for having a server that you can use in the case that you have a small community of friends. So I'm not saying that this is going to be good enough, like that this hardware is going to be good enough if you're a popular streamer and you have a giant community. In that case, you might want to bump up the specs of your server. But if you have a small group of friends, our goal is to have it so that you can use Awebo on this bad boy, on the Hetzner 2 vCPU, 4 gigabytes of RAM, 20 terabytes of included traffic, super overloaded servers, because in this case there is no these are not two vCPUs that are like entirely for you. They're like you're gonna have a bunch of neighbors in the server. You're gonna have plenty of neighbors in this server, but it is €2.99 a month. This is where you will be able to run Awebo. That's what we are aiming for, or €3.49 if you also need IPv4. You can save 50 cents if your friends are all IPv6 ready. So this is what we're aiming for. So think about it this way. Think how stupid you would feel if you paid a monthly subscription to a compiler instead of supporting open source development. Why do we not have the same mindset for chat applications? I would even do a plus one on this. Why do we not feel the same way for most infrastructure? I think it's time that we start putting some of those startups out of business. Like, I think it's time. Like, why? Like, is only the Discord people that know how to make a fucking chat application? No, like they don't even know how to make props. Because I think that in terms of usability, Discord is great. There's I think a lot of good design there. But technically speaking, is Discord all that amazing? It's fucking not. Come on, it's an Electron application that, by the way, keeps pooping itself on my computer. So I think we should be in the business of putting startups out of business. I feel like I want to become a startup hunter. Again, not every startup, but if a startup is making a proprietary software that you can, maybe not exactly trivially, but you can, with just a bit of effort and a little bit of sophistication, you can match and surpass, then why the fuck are we paying €35 a month to use their stuff? Why don't we make our own? We are software engineers. We're not cattle. We should know how to make this stuff. We actually do. I mean, maybe you don't at any point you don't know how to do that, automatically. You have to learn it, but it can be learned. I don't know. I wasn't born knowing how to do this stuff, and I'm learning as I go. Reverb Addict, hello. Thanks for merging with my PR. No problem. No problem at all. Thank you for making the PR. So, by the way, if you're interested, I left a comment on the corresponding issue explaining what to do next. And if you want, you can pick up either of these things or both or none. If you feel like you're done, then that's fine. Thank you for your work. But if you want to do some more work, there's more stuff. There's also a bunch of stuff related to settings, which would be very good to do. The problem is we don't have a settings system right now. So we first need to have a settings system. Once we do have that, then these things will be unblocked. Okay, let's see. Has new message. If it doesn't have it, continue. Yes. Oh, I think we're not doing try. I think we're doing catch. Are we catchuming? Gotta catchum all. No, we're trying. Okay, so this is good. On your put startups out of business rant, as a recovering engineer leading at a software startups, we all see uh VC as a lever on time. Yes. Boss is the tortoise and startups are the hare. Boss gets to stay as focused as they want, and startups eventually get subsumed by profits. Yeah, but the problem is that I feel like that startups have they are missing a knob that makes the startup want to do sustainable business. To me, the problem with startups, like really the core of the issue that I have with startups, and by the way, I learned how to articulate this only recently. If you had asked me this question in the past, I don't think I would have been able to pinpoint it exactly as I'm able now. But to me, the core problem is that startups don't seem to have a mechanism that makes them want to create sustainable business because they're aiming for an exit. They are in a sense you could argue. I think this is even the case, not even something that you would have to argue for, but like a startup that is able to completely artificially create a bubble, a spike of interest, of hype, and everything that is absolutely entirely based on lies, misunderstandings, hype, and like not connected to reality at all. If that startup rides that wave and reaches an exit of some kind, they have succeeded. They have entirely succeeded. Like their goal has been fully met. That is not okay. I think that there's a problem when a business is not aiming for sustainability. For example, Discord, um, among the long list of issues that you have with startups, is that, for example, Discord keeps eating fucking money, keeps shitifying because they keep building this monster that has to start over time. So because it usually starts with where they're leveraging the money that they have to make a super good offering, right? Because they are offering stuff for you at a loss. They don't care. Well, it's not that they don't care. They want to do that on purpose. It's like, the whale that keeps its mouth open so that fishes come in, and then so they give stuff out for free, and then when the time comes, they start. Well, the whale closes its mouth, and the startup starts shitifying because it needs to squeeze all the energy that it can, so that it can reach escape velocity. And that is a problem because you actually do want businesses to aim for sustainability. I think we can all agree. This seems trivial to me, but I think we can all agree that you, as part of society, you want the people involved with making businesses to work on making their business sustainable. And when I say sustainable, I mean in the sense of that over time. For example, you want them to reach economies of scale so that they can lower prices. You want them to do things that don't destroy, I don't know, all of nature for like one thing that happens at one time, that kind of stuff. Sorry, I'm not making good examples, but the problem is that they're not sustainable, so they end up always giving you a shitty deal over time. They start by giving you a good deal, but then over time it's pretty much guaranteed that the deal that you get is going to be shittier and shittier. And so, you know what? I think we should put them out of business. Straight up. Just straight up put them out of business. We can. It's not that hard. We put companies that used to sell compilers out of business. Not entirely. I'm sure that somewhere there's a niche where somebody is selling a compiler and somebody else is wants or is forced to buy such compiler. Fine. But at large, like in general, you don't buy a compiler anymore. You don't think even that is a thing that you should or could be doing. Let's get to the same mind space when it comes also to other stuff. We can do it. So this is my goal with Awebo. No, I'm joking. I don't know if it will be. I don't know how easy it is to be good enough to put Discord out of business, but at the very least, I do think that it is insane if us as software developers keep paying 35 euros a month Discord and don't sponsor open source. I think we should sponsor open source because at the end you're gonna get more value out of your money, because ideally you sponsor a project 35 euros a month, maybe less, probably less, but you sponsor them for a while and then they'll reach a point where the thing is done and it's available for free, and then maintenance work at that point will be less. While Discord, you pay, give Discord $3,500 a month every year. Sorry, for years. See what happens. Nothing happens. They snort cocaine with that, and the application doesn't get any better. It just gets worse, and then they're gonna ask for more after that. Yeah, success is becoming an unstoppable capitalist cancer. Yeah, kinda literally, right? Oh, you made a release? Nice, Neurosite. Yeah, I'll take a look. Let me finish this and then I'll take a look. Sorry, I went turbo ranty. I went turbo ranty, but I think we can get rid of some of the Discord influence. Again, maybe not putting it out of business. That's kind of an hyperbole. But I think it's a good mindset to have. I think it's a good mindset to have. Some of these companies, some of these startups should go out of business. And you know what? I feel like that in some circles, people tend to take this reasoning and turn it into some a way of a anti-capitalistic argument. I don't hate capitalism. I think that the greatest thing that capitalism has is that companies go out of business. It's the death of companies. And I've been in companies that were so dysfunctional that I was glad that there was a external mechanism that would guarantee that the insanity that was going in there would eventually have to stop. And likewise, the fact that you can outcompete companies and put them out of business, it's good. It is good. You sometimes can be used, it sometimes can be used for not necessarily good. You can do that without good intent, I guess. You can do that in a way that does not benefit society as a whole. You can do that in a way that benefits yourself, or I don't know, but at the expense of others, whatever. But in this case, fuck it. If we think that they are not offering a good enough deal, which they are not, if we can do better, why not do better? In any case, let me go back to fixing my array types. um, don't get me wrong, I'm a capitalist, but the issue is the parasitic unbounded growth on a global scale that destroys the host environment, hence my use of the word cancer. I think that cancer for startups, like as in capitalist cancer, is, I think it's an apt description. They are tiny organisms that exist, that try to exist outside of the rules of the outer organism, and they do not serve the outer organism, which is another thing that cancer tends to do, right? So I agree with that description. I would argue that is just a, I guess, more colorful way of saying that they are not aiming to be sustainable. um So to do meta, then we don't do this. Chat delta ch. No. So the way we do this is that this is not const. This is a var. Probably delta messages. Oh, well, let's give it delta ch so then we can rename it. And this is a copy of the channel. Is ch a pointer or is ch a struct? I think it is a pointer. I think it is a struct. Never mind. So we copy delta ch. You know what? Let's pinpoint the type so that we don't get confused. Yeah, so there's no doubt we're copying the channel. We're switching on kind. If kind is chat, if not has new message. Oh, because we already did some of this math. If has new message. After the chat server messages len greater than 0. While blah blah blah. Okay. Missing strat field ID. That's fine. That's fair. Okay, and now here we do delta dot messages. Okay, what's messages? Messages contains tail and head. Oh, okay, you know what? Let's do everything in here. Okay, even do this. Oh, we make this const? Will the thing complain? I think the metaprogramming will complain if we try to make this const. Channel chat server only has no member named protocol. Oh, that is a problem. Um, channel chat server only. So chat has a server only thing, yeah. And we need to give it protocol skip. There we go. Really, the const is not a problem? Holy shit, the const is not a problem. Okay. So, um, so that works. So now we do everything in theory, at least. The server runs, doesn't poop itself. It does crash. Integer does not fit in destination type. Computed delta for user 2, max UID 0. Oh no, I think this is a That does actually surprise me. Okay, give me a sec. Let's rerun the server. Let's reset this guy. Run it. Okay, so we did crash the server again. We do have integer does not fit destination. That is us serializing, I imagine, the host sync type. Yeah, so we're serializing the host sync type. So does it mean that we put poo poo in here? Does it mean that we put poo poo? Also, out of curiosity, I defined something to be of size U8. What if this is U64? This should not be the case. This guy should be able to fit into U8s, but is that really it? Is that really the core of the problem? No, it's not. Okay. This is actually good. I would have been weirdly surprised if that was the case. So I think if I were sending garbage, maybe I think we might be sending garbage. So it would be nice to know what it is that we're trying to serialize the fails. So protocol serialize inner. Serialize inner slice field. Go to protocol 106. There we go. Convenient log functions to know what it is that's pooping itself. Okay, I'm gonna diagnose this a little bit and then I'm gonna read the stuff from your site. Show me. Huh. Huh. Well, what do you know? Okay, let me get this straight. We're trying to serialize a bunch of messages that have length 0, which should not be the case. And then we find one that has all the bytes in it. So something is going wrong with the way we load this data from disk. Like the data in memory that we have is crappy. Okay, let's take a look at the release from Neurosite. Let's see. Release 070, signed by Neurosite. Completion. Flow now has full inline auto completion support. There's a new drop-down UI with support for insert and replace completion styles while editing inline. We did try this one already. An info pop-up can display completion and hover documentation, and there are commands to toggle modes and style interactively. Yeah. So manual, you do it manually. Well, I mean, you have a keybind to make it start. Automatic, triggered whenever a trigger character is inserted. So I guess this is the LSP tells the editor what are trigger characters. Every keystroke, or like this is like hardcore. Trigger characters are provided by the current documents LSP. Yeah. Note that a completion request may not always return results, and that in that case, no UI will be shown. That makes sense. Completion items that insert LSP snippets are now supported, and the next snippet tab stop can be selected with the tab key. There are two keybind modes for inline completion. Standard mode will steal the up and down and enter keys from the main editor, and non-invasive mode that will not. Oh. Non-invasive mode requires that you use alternative key bindings. Hmm. Vertical splits. Okay. Centered view. When only one split is open on a wide screen, you can now center the view. Nice. Horizontal scrolling with shift. Yes, git diffs. Oh, that is nice. And you can do go to next change, go to prev change. Nice. Blame information. Yeah, we've seen this. Variable expansions. Okay, highlight references. Oh, nice. I do support those in Super HTML. Auto run commands, auto backups, session saving. Okay. Idle actions and commands. Find mode. There are now three find modes: exact match, case folded, and auto mode. Auto mode, the new default, selects an exact match search or case folder search. Okay, is this the thing where if you do uppercase, you get precise matching? If you don't, you get case insensitive matching? Yeah. Key hints. There is a new key hints overlay that displays all currently available key bindings. I will be automatically displayed when an incomplete key binding sequence is waiting for additional input. The key bindings overlay is invisible to mouse events and can be active in any flow input mode or sub mode. Control question mark. Huh. Let's start with sudo to save files with root permission. Symlinks. Symbols palette. Okay. Project switching. Oh yeah, last palette. Yeah. Go to matching bracket. Holy shit, you got MM. That is not. Wait, did I already use this? Wait, is this new? No, no. Okay, I have it. Free flow text. Yeah, nice. Language support changes. Helix mode. Oh, matching reward. Oh yeah, but I've been using it. Yeah, cool. Nice, 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 nice. Good job. Good release. Okay, so why our message is completely busted? Gotta figure that out. Okay, so where do we load this stuff? This stuff is in run and it's in function init. There's an init, the state init function, yes, which will load stuff from disk. And I guess somehow we're messing that up. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I have this feeling that there was a code snippet that we commented out at some point saying, I'm going to need this later on. And then we left it there. Could this be related? It might be related. So let's see. But we're doing backfilling. So never mind. This should be loading stuff. So this is never set to garbage unless we somewhere forgot to initialize stuff completely, but I don't think so. Let's look at how we load channels. No, we do a union init. We do a union init. So no, we definitely do this right. So our channel will not contain garbage. And yet garbage is what we're sending around. Dun, 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 dun. And yet garbage is what we are sending around. Yeah, these are all fine. Then we start realizing message text and it's a bloodbath. What the heck is this thing? What? What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh. Oh. Huh? Okay, it's fine. Huh. Um So does this have to do with the backfill function? No, because we're doing loaded chat message. So this is what we're seeing up here. Loaded chat message. So we are indeed loading messages. We're calling channels.set. And then we break with channels. And then we put channels in host. And everything goes in state. I guess. I guess. Maybe this is what we're fucking up. Host channels, items, values. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, man. Guess what we can do is this. I don't know. Let's get them printed. I really don't know what to expect. Because here the text is shown. Here the text is shown. The text here is shown indeed. How the hell do we end up in this? Okay. Um it means that the mistake is at a different level somehow. So here we are definitely seeing the right data. No doubt. So this is good. This whole stuff is good. I guess the next thing that I want to do is in here for delta channels dot items. Context ask for compute delta. Channel delta. I'm gonna add the word delta so that we can notice that something has changed. Is that going to contain garbage? It does contain garbage indeed. There we go. So we are starting to solve the mystery. We are starting to solve the mystery. So server is message is also wait, none of this is heap allocated, is it? Yeah, this is a hard array. So what we're looking at seems to imply that what I'm doing here is wrong. These all seems to imply that what I'm doing here is wrong. And yet, um, hey, I think therefore I bug. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you. We are bugging, all right. That's for sure. Okay, so I'm doing something stupid in this code. And yet I thought that I was being smart because I took the original channel and I copied it. I made a copy. And I started modifying my copy. To be fair, this is not strictly necessary something that you need to do with side effects, but it's just an easy way of making it. It makes it easier to understand. Is this new Vim? No. My editor is flowcontrol.dev. You're in luck because Flow Control just had a new release, version 0.7. So you can try the latest and greatest of Control Flow if you're curious. So, why are we dumb? Why are we dumb? Because we are. Because we definitely are. Why are we dumb? So here we're using the default initializer to set this to null, these to empty slices, this to the default. So this should be fine. This default initializer is good. Add one does what we think we need to do. Returns a pointer to the new item. It almost, I was about to say it almost looks like there's some copy edition going on, but no, that's not it. That would not break everything. That, like, if I even if I modified the original thing, uh this would still not break as much as it's breaking right now. I don't get it. I really do not get it. We are indeed doing dumb stuff. Like, there is no doubt there. Actually, I can show you that if we do this, if we comment those lines, we're now going to have the problem that we're telling the client that there are no messages ever, which is wrong. There are messages, but at the very least, we should not encounter this problematic situation if we do it this way. So if you look at it now, you will see that it's going to be fine or not. Client does not seem to be in a good state. I expected this to have, well, to display stuff, and it doesn't. But we can take a look at what it is that we received. So we received a host sync that contains 2 users and 3 channels, all of which have 0 messages. Now, the fact that here we're not displaying the message list is problematic. We should be able to, it should work. I don't see why this should not be able to display the message list. So That is something to think about. That is indeed something to think about. Yeah, every Thailand had is 0. So we solved some issues. Yeah, copying the full channel might not be the smartest idea. This guy is big. I think I need to change how I express this. I need to change how I express this. But I still don't understand what is causing us to send the corrupted data. Like, why is this causing corruption? So either this math is wrong, which should not be the case. Hmm. 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 What am I doing that is so dumb? What if we didn't copy this guy and instead we did ch.kind and then we get chat, which we copy. At 0 expects it to be mutable. Why the heck? Maybe I should just copy messages instead at that point. But oh, oh, okay, never mind. Well, here's an interesting question. Why did we think that this was const? I mean, it was const originally, but now it's not. And this should okay. So this is fine now. Okay. Now let's see what is going horribly wrong in here. So this went better, maybe. But we're back to having message be empty. Hmm. Hello. Welcome back. That is freaking me out. I am doing something wrong. I don't understand what it is. I am assuming that this logic is right because it was not giving me any issue before, so I don't see why it should be broken now. Um no, wait. Okay, I finally have it. I finally realized what's wrong. Oh my god. Finally. So I am indeed an idiot. So what's happening is that this is a buffer that exists on stack. Like we're referencing messages that exist on stack. So what we would want to do is basically have these slices reference the original messages, not these. Basically, we would want to not have these be side effects. Ah, man. Okay, I now understand what I'm doing wrong. Okay, this also is showing me some of the insane stuff that I was doing before. Holy shit, this is such an improvement. Okay, this is making stuff more complicated. This is going to be harder now, but it is better. So, how do we do it? We basically need to do this stuff manually. So we don't copy anything. I think we can even do it this way. No switch over kind. Just an if statement, which I don't know why it doesn't want to auto format. What did I do wrong, man? Do. Chat and switch should be gone. Oh, I guess it's because we're in a for loop. Okay, there we go. Yes, indeed. So chat is going to be ch.kind.chat. Actually, we can even do it better. Dot messages. Oh, and we can do messages.lan, messages.add. This is gonna have to change, but at least we can reference messages more easily now. Okay, less spam. Okay. I'm getting an error when trying to initialize a new user after initializing the database. I first came across it when developing the code to create a user using an invite, and I thought it was a problem with my code, but I had copy pasted most of the code from user add. Huh. Cannot complete transaction SQL statements in progress. Hmm. Okay, here's a question for you. Oh, wait, this is the user add command. Um, okay. By the way, be aware that when it comes to the init script, it already creates two users. One is called admin or whatever you want to call it, and the other one is called user. So you have admin, which you specify in the CLI, and then you have implicitly user. I'm messing with this stuff from time to time, so you know that's the current state. I'm not saying that this is going to be always the case, but right now that's how it works. So you can rely on that. Then what I'm thinking is that if I, when seeing this, is that maybe there's something that regressed in this subcommand. Maybe there's a query that doesn't properly get tested or something. Or maybe it's on me. I don't know. I'll look into it later in case that you don't figure it out. Okay, so here's how we do it. This is horrible, but it works. It does work. And this fixes the dumb stuff that I was doing before. Why is these const? Oh shit. Well, it starts from here. There we go. Okay, so now the server is not broken anymore. Server now works as it should. And then allows us now to focus on the client pooping itself. So what is the problem? Integer does not fit destination type. Interesting. Messages tail len does class messages head len. Oh, you know why? Because this is length. Right. So let's go to protocol, remove the spam printing, not needed anymore. Then the next problem is that it's protocol server total len is not this, unfortunately. It's this plus one. Well, there we go. Now, the question is, will this work when we click on the channel? Clicking on the channel, should it work? I don't think it will work. I think we're missing the idea that whenever we switch on a channel, we need to load stuff into it. That being said, I might be wrong. Maybe the code that I already wrote will do it. Let's see. And no, it does not. Nice. Panic to do. Oh, okay. That, you know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. That means that we kind of knew that this is something that we had to do and we just didn't. 3 to 4. Hell yeah. Okay. So this is a success. We are in the process of making the client side representation of messages match more closely the needs of the new updated usage patterns of messages that we are implementing. We started with something that basically had server and client mirror one-to-one the representation of messages, but it turns out that now clients need they do have different needs. So that is a piece of logic sharing that doesn't apply one-to-one. We still share a lot of logic, so I'm happy that we still have a lot of logic that we do share, but it is not a one-to-one. So we are now at a point where we are, it seems, somewhat correctly worrying about the initial parts of dealing with memory messages. So we receive messages from the server, we stuff them in the database, we flip correctly, I think, some things, some bits. Maybe not all of them. Maybe there's more bits that we need to flip. But now we need to harmonize this new way of, in a sense, you could even say lazy loading messages, because at least currently we're not loading those messages until you click on something. So there's the concept of not having any message, any chat channel selected, which means no messages loaded in memory at all. Now we need to harmonize this whole stuff with the general life cycle of the scroll chat, of the scroll panel. So yeah, it's a bit sad to leave this in a crashing state, well, in a panicking state, because we're hitting this to do. But it is fine, because this code, I think, does need also some more love, some more polish. So I'm actually happy with what we did today. This was maybe not huge, but it was also not a non-trivial amount of refactoring, and I'm happy to have gotten it done. So that means that tomorrow we can focus on, well, the second half of the flow, and hopefully we can back to where we were in a working condition, just with a much more solid implementation behind. So that being said, I think this is it for me. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I hope you had a good time, and I hope that we can all get off of Discord, at least partially, sooner than later. So thank you all, and I'll see you next time.